And good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Welcome on in to the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. We do everything from machine builds, and we will be working on a couple of different ones today, to some cosplay prints, to other types of just, we'll say, aesthetic prints like the Optimus Primal that we did in Blue ABS while we were out at Murph this year. I also take part in some prototyping efforts for various people, whether it's testing out their prints, like the Free Heathens prints, to see if they print well on an FDM printer other than his own, or dealing with some beta testing kits such as the 0G Mercury 1 full, I'll say ground up frame build and all. So yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. Last day of August. Wow, this year has been going by so fast. Tomorrow is September 1st, so we start into September tomorrow. So Saturday will be my first stream in September. So follows are free, subs are always welcome, and helps me, just get better equipment for the stream, or helps to bring in new projects to the stream. So we could always use subs, donations, and so on. So thank you all for being here this evening. Let me go ahead and just get a screen set up here. There we go. So welcome on in, everybody. Did I just see Timor sitting in here? Good afternoon, good evening, Timor. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're staying safe. Just realized I still have a light off. I'm trying to get the office/stream room all set back up. I actually had to go into the office this morning. Hey, Nick, welcome on in. I had to go into the office this morning because I needed to meet with one of my vendors, as well as I had a vision appointment today. Does look like I am going to need surgery, so as that date gets set, after my consult and that date gets set, I'll let you guys know, because I may or may not be streaming for a couple of days when that happens. But I will let everybody know what's going on there. What else? So yeah, I woke up this morning to, hey, Chewy, what's going on, my friend? Welcome in, welcome in. Royal Nomi, hey, how's everybody doing? So yeah, Royal Nomi, I just made a comment. Don't know if you heard, but I did go to the eye doctor today, and it does sound like eye surgery is going to happen. Don't know how fast they'll be able to get the consult in, but between doing the consult and then scheduling it, I'm probably going to wait and schedule it after IRF. So, because nothing can impact IRF at this point. But yeah, I woke up this morning to every ups in the house going off bleeping just before 6 o'clock. That's when the power went out after the rain and storms from last night. Don't know what happened, but I did have power loss, and so I figured I'd just get up and go into work after I shut down everything. So I'm still like figuring things out of what's not on or what I haven't turned back on yet. But I hope everybody's doing well. And if you got any of the rain, or if you were impacted by the storm, best of luck for getting everything back in order. I do believe I got everything reprinted. Yeah, I got everything reprinted. No rain over here. I'm assuming that's over here, not ever here. I did get everything reprinted. I did get the panels taken back apart and got most of the, I'll say the adhesive and stuff from the VHB off of them. And I even got some plexiglass cleaner. Thank you, Amazon, for next day shipping. And got some plexiglass cleaner, so I was able to clean all my fingerprints off after trying to peel all the VHB and peel them apart. But I am going in and putting some heat sets in to the various parts now. Well, that was good, Luke. That was very good. So yeah, we're going to be putting in some heat sets and like that one. Nope, that's good. We'll start putting our enclosure on, or we'll start putting the enclosure back on the boron switch wire. Yes, they are. And in fact, John Clock, give me 1 second. You restore that. And we'll go over to the browser scene. And of course, reset it. There we go. Okay, so these are the panels that KB-3D has, well, sells. They've got all clear, dark mode, which is what I'm using, which is all smoked. And then the hybrid, and the hybrid has the 3 back panels and the full top panel smoked. And that's the one I'm having them cut for my other boron, okay, or my other boron switch wire. But as you will note down here at the bottom, it says that it was designed and open sourced by XN. This ender to switch wire panel set contains 8 pieces of 3mm cast acrylic that allows bolt-on versus the standard tape method, and learn more about it on this Get page. And it does, if you go to that Get page, and it's the enclosure for Dark Dog's Ender 3 to switch wire conversion. Okay. Hey, Modlight. Okay, so you got your package today and you got your little surprise. Awesome. Yeah, I've got 2 or 3 of the LDO sensor kits. So, hey, Capricorn Tubes, welcome on in and thank you for the subscribe. That is awesome. Thank you so much. So yeah, the panel kits that KB-3D is making is based off of XN's panel kit for the Dark Dog build. Okay. They are listed as out of stock. He is setting up to laser cut more panels this week. So he is getting some more because he's cutting these panels himself. He's got the DXF files and he's cutting them out himself. And so far they've been beautiful fit. What I've been doing is, you'll notice here, these do take a lot of heat set inserts. So that's what I was working on, was starting to put in the heat set inserts. So I will continue to do that as we chat. And then behind me on the 0G, here, let me switch back to this scene. So behind me on the 0G is the a new foot piece for the Rook 2020 frame. And that it's got a power outlet in it. So that'll let me connect up the a power outlet to the power supply. So I was thinking about doing the same way I did on my first Rook and just use a DC power brick. But the bed that I have available right now without having to order a new one is the LDO bed for a Voron Zero, which has the PEI, or not the PEI, but the polyamide heater that's already attached. And so that is, it comes with its own power supply because it's a more robust heating element. And so I'll need to install that power supply in order to use that bed. So let me see. Yeah, both my Enderwires were built earlier in this year, so they've sat there for like, I don't know, 6 months without a enclosure on them, and they've just been printing strictly PLA. So this is now going to give them enclosures, so I will be able to actually print higher temp materials with them if I so choose. This stuff was printed on the 0G behind me. And basically I printed it on the 0G just because, well, that's the one that I had the black and orange ABS loaded up on. The Trident, so the smoked one over here, this Trident has been printing most of the, well, this printed the jetpack for my Mandalorian armor, and then the rest of my Mandalorian armor. Let me get this box out of the way so I don't kill myself. The rest of my Mandalorian armor was printed on Fey Dragon, which is the 2.4 I built from the printed forward parts that I got at Rocky Mountain Rep Fest. Oh, you were talking about what did I print your stuff out on? That was printed on the 0G. Hey, Starcry. Thank you for the first time chat. Nice to meet you. I followed you when you were not streaming. You have a CR10S 3D printer and have been printing for 6 years. Very nice. Very nice. Well, thank you for coming on in and joining us. I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays. We just shifted our start time on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 5 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. And then I also stream Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. Once again, Eastern time. Yeah, but Timor, if you put lights in it, it helps. If your lights are RGB and you can make them like red that goes along with the scheme, it's even better. Yeah, Starcry. Give me 1 second. Where's a good place to get armor to print? So Capricorn bone tubes. I got my stuff from Galactic Armory. In fact, well, my Warhammer 40,000 helmets that I print, I got these files off Etsy. Right, this is a Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine Chaplain's helmet. So my Warhammer stuff is off of Etsy. My Halo and Star Wars helmets that I have are from Galactic Armory. It's what, galacticarmory.net, I believe, is their address. Yeah, we're starting at 5:30 during the weekdays just because I keep winding up having some meetings a little bit later in the day, and unfortunately I'm not allowed to tell my boss no. Awesome, Cap Tubes. That's awesome. Yeah, definitely like to see you guys streaming more, even if it's just, chit-chatting while you're doing packaging. Because that's always helpful to have somebody just to hang out with you while you're packaging. Okay, Mod Light. Yeah, so I'm not going to, whatever. I will mount the light bar pieces. I'm not going to actually install lights today on stream just because I just got in the white LEDs. So there's two things. You can do RGB, but you have to be able to use the RGB header on your controller board. I was able to do that on the Trident because I'm doing CAN bus, which means the RGB lights for the tool head don't go back to the controller board. They go to the CAN bus board that's on the tool head, which frees up the RGB port on the actual controller board, the Octopus, for the other lights. On my LDO 2.4 down here, it's just the 2-wire, all white LEDs. And that's what I did was I bought 5 volt white LED strips. So it's a USB LED strip. So it's a DC 5 volt. And you want the non-waterproof one because if you get the waterproof one, you're going to have to peel that silicone top off of it. So just get the non-waterproof one. And then those will slide right in through the end channels here. And you'll just solder up your 2 wires. And we'll do that on stream. It's just not going to be today. Because I don't feel like soldering wires today. Partly because I had my eyes dilated earlier. And I'm sorry. Is it Starcry? Give me 1 second, folks. Yeah, Starcry. So the vast majority of the machines you see behind me, I have built. Okay. The Prusa Mark IV down here it came fully assembled. I think what I have to do, I mounted the spool holder. That was it. So I bought that one right as it came out, fully assembled. The Ender 3, put it together. This Prusa Mark III, I put this one together. This is from a FISEC kit. I have 2 other Prusa Mark IIIs that are over at Site B, which is my buddy Evil Diesel's house because he lives nearby. And he was using them to print the stuff for our Mechanum racers for Earth. This is Red Dragon, which is one of the Ender to switchwire conversions that we built. This is what we'll be doing the enclosure on. Yeah, built. The Boron B0 all the way down at the end over here, the small one, was built. Yeah, I think the only other one that wasn't, I'll say it was assembled, was my Prusa Mini. So yeah, just about everything was built. What slicers do I use? For the Ender 3 belt printer, which we did on stream a little bit ago, I'm using Idea Maker because your options for a belt printer are Black Belt Cura, which is like 6 to 8 years old, Idea Maker, or somebody starting to make new plugins that'll work for the newer versions of Cura, but you're installing plugins that haven't been vetted in part of the Cura plugin libraries, and I didn't want to do that, so I'm doing Idea Maker for the Ender belt. The Prusas are using Prusa Slicer, and just about everything else I'm now running Orca Slicer for. But how are you doing today, Pez Liz? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah, so Modlight said he got his stealth burner parts today, and like I said, the CW2 was already built, so the extruder portion was already built. You just need to pop in the tool head and then do your fans. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were going to do cable chains or what have you, because I wasn't sure how you were going to run it, if you were just going to do an umbilical or not. I should have. I'm assuming you're going to need the 3-hole, like you're buying cable chains off of AliExpress or Amazon, because the 2-hole would be genuine IGUS, which are pricey. Okay, you use Cura 360. Okay, hey Creatrix Brit, how are you doing? Okay, so I will print you a 3-hole, and I will get that in the mail to you. Yeah, I feel like I know there's at least something else. So I'm trying to get the rest of the heat sets on here so that we can start putting the shell together. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'll print that. I should have asked that, and I should have just printed them out. I don't know why I didn't. All right, Modlight, what color is the CW2? Is it the black or the red? Red? All right, give me 1 second. That's a sparkle fluorescently. We did the Voron red, right? I'll have to double check. I might actually be out of the Voron red, so I might have to order some. So it might be a little bit to order that, but I'll get you squared away. Okay, I can do that. So I hope everybody's doing good and staying out of trouble. Um, the only downside to this is it seems like every flipping piece has a couple of heat sets in it because you have to screw through the panel into the part. And what you see me doing is I'm just inserting these and getting them close and then pushing them up against my workbench to make sure they're fully flush. I should be able to get this fully flush, but these parts aren't sitting because there's an angle to them. They don't sit like 100% flat. So I'm just trying to make sure that when I go to put the panels on, that these are sitting flush against the part so that I don't have any fitment issues. All right, come on. So we're at the end of August. Tomorrow is September 1st, which means what is our countdown, Pez? Pez Liz? He's my countdown person. Yeah, stay out of trouble. I failed. I do that too. I was on the struggle bus in that regard today. Okay, Monlight, are you having to take off to go to work? Yep, there we go. Thank you, Pez. 30 days until Earth. Yep. Well, yeah. Um, 30 days till the start of Earth, but we'll have, you know, travel and setup days. But yeah, because I want to say we get in on Friday to start doing setup. Show's official Saturday. Okay, we'll have an ad break here coming up. Hey, Shenanigans, how are you doing? You're doing well. We are just putting in heat set inserts into the proper parts that we printed. Since I had all of the wrong parts printed. So the last stream, on Tuesday's stream, I had ordered the kit and I didn't even pay attention to the GitHub link. I just was like, oh, it's just going to tell me to go out and print off the parts from the Voron site. So that's exactly what I did. And this mod's actually made to use heat set inserts and screws rather than VHB tape, which of course makes maintenance a lot easier down the road when you have to take things apart to, I don't know, work on a clogged hot end or something. Or if you want to do upgrades or, okay, I no longer want to run a Dragon High Flow. Let me put in the, the latest and greatest like Rapido 2 SE Pro 36, ultra high temp. I'm just making stuff up. No, I'm waiting for somebody that decides, oh, I want to put a new Revo high temp in my Voron. So I printed out a tool head in Ultim on another printer, and I'm going to put that in my Voron now so I can see if I can't melt the frame. Okay, I thought I was done. Oh yeah, and I've got those pieces there. So interestingly enough, these two side pieces, so this, I just got to think it through. So this screws down to the base, and then there's two holes in the side that it would screw through the panel into. And weirdest thing, I'm looking at this going, the only option for these panels that they had were a left and right for Nevermore. There wasn't a left and right no Nevermore. So regardless, if I want to install these two, then I have to install the Nevermore or keep the ones on there that I have, but then there's no holes in order to mount the panels to it to keep them tight. So this is my TS100 iron with the new CNC kitchen attachment with the different type heads. So the heads have different sizes to them. So you can get 2.5, 3, 4, 5, 6, quarter 20, and M8. And then this is the holder, and this is the TS100 soldering tip adapter from CNC Kitchen. I I believe Repcord's going to have it. KB-3D, I believe, is going to stock it as well. I just don't know how quickly they'll get them in stock, but I believe they are going to stock them because I know they've already stocked some of CNC Kitchen stuff. And I'm not going to bother putting any heat sets in the tops on this yet. I'll do that when I decide which one I'm going to actually use. If I, because if I'm going to do high temp, I am going to have to print and install a Nevermore in here. And by high temp, I'm talking about doing ABS, ASA, polycarbonate, nylon. Okay, could be a couple more for the light bars. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, I was actually, there's a part of me that wants to look at was the VLM, the one by Vector 3D, and then there's, of course, Naomi Wu's one, and the Naomi Wu's is very robust, and it comes with the actual soldering iron and power station for it and things. So I was kind of looking at both of those. I just I haven't been, I guess, sold on the need for a dedicated heat set piece. I mean, it makes more sense if you're going to be doing some production prints where you need to install them. But for my builds, it's been pretty easy just to do them as I need to. Yeah, the ADXL 345, that mounts on the bottom back left. There should be a black part in there, and I'll show you what it'll look like in just a second. But that allows you to do input shaping if you're running Clipper or RepRap firmware or something else. Okay, I think I'm done with the heat sets for now. We're gonna hope and pray. Fingers crossed. Yep. Let me scoot this over here because I know if I don't, I will burn myself against it. Because I know me. Um, So this is the ADXL, and this would be the mount. So you would put the screws into the back side, and so the screws are going to be where my fingers are, and it mounts on that bottom back left of the stealth burner on the tool head part. And you'll take your wires and you'll connect it. In this case, I'm connected to a Raspberry Pi Pico. And this allows me to just plug this in to USB, connect this up to the end, and then I can run my input shaper. So you can, I think Nero has some YouTube videos on how to build this accelerometer set. But the nice thing is I can just take this off of this mount, mount it on a different style mount for a different printer, and use this across all my printers. Get a Pi 4, but you got to wait until you get your hot end order. Yeah. Yep. Knuckles, show the way. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming on in and joining us. Yeah, so Vector 3D, you can buy the full kit. You can buy just the design files. And with the design files, you can print out the couple of parts you need. And then it's just a matter of basically building it. It's really not that involved. Let me, okay, that's the old one. These parts go over here. These parts will go over there because they're part of the door. This won't be needed anymore. Okay, I'm just going to try and get reorganized here. So we can put the printer up here and get started on the build part. But yeah, the heat set insert kit from CNC Kitchen for that TS100 was a godsend, because there's been, you know, everybody made heat sets that'll fit onto a regular, like, you know, a standard soldering iron, but I hate pulling that thing out because you have the station, and it's just so much bulk, and that little one is so easy to use. Yes, I may have put the mount already on there. I can't remember. The tool head sensor kit for the ERCFA. I think it's on, I think there's one on printables, but you should also be able to find it using the Vaughn user mods on their GitHub. I believe it's there. Yeah, love my linear rails. I put linear rails on the Ender 3 over here, and it got so much quieter. The Ender belt, right? One of the first things we did was put it over on a Big Tree Tech board, which I thought was going to make it quieter slightly. And then we moved it over to the linear rails, and it got very quiet from that point on. Like the loudest part of that printer is I'll say the backlash on the H2V2 extruder, but all of them have that issue. So, I mean, that's nothing big. So folks, this is the Enderwire. So it's an Ender 3 that's converted to a Actually, this is the Ender 3 V2 or Ender 3 Pro, whichever one of the two. That was converted over to a switch wire. So it still uses the same Ender 3 platform. This one I have a nice Ultra-Stick PEI double-sided sheet on it. I love the black ones. For some reason, they only had the black ones in like the Ender size and one other one, which floors me, but whatever. Got you. Yes. Okay. Like I said, I was trying to mount things and put things together just so that things weren't running around in the box everywhere, and to hopefully make sure that there's better structure so that parts didn't get broken in shipment, because, you know, that's how much I trust the U.S. Post Office. So easy to move around printers. Prusa Mini, the Rook, sorry, this is half torn apart because I'm going to redo the tool head on this. So the Rook, which is a 120 by 120 bed size. So it's the same bed size as a V0. They even have the Rook in a 2020 frame version, which is what we're going to be working on today as well, right? So the Rooks are very small, nice, compact. The V0 that I have over here on the side is also a very nice, small, easy to move around. So yeah, they're definitely options. I like having like a Rook and a Prusa Mini, or what is it, the KP-3D Pro, or maybe like an Ender 2, because those are small bed flingers. You know, some of them are using V wheels, Ender 3 V2s. Some of them are using linear rods, the Prusa Mark III. The KP3S Pro, I think is the name of that one. The Kingaroo KP3S Pro used linear rails. And yeah, they're fairly cheap. I think they're like $450 from Prusa now. I know they upped the price. I can't remember really what it is, so don't quote me on that. But they're really solid machines. We're going to start off doing the side panels again, because I think it's easier to get the side panels started on here first. Because I have, so this is based on a Creality frame, which means your rolling T-nuts may go in and stay in place, or they may go in and not stay in place. Hence why I'm putting it over on its side, because right now that's in and that's not going to stay in place. That moves way too easily. So if I were to flip this up on its side, they would all fall down to the bottom. So hence why I'm doing it this way. And there's a part of me that wants to put gloves on again, because I just went through and cleaned these. So I asked Steve Builds and Modbot on their stream yesterday, like, what do they use to clean their acrylic panels? And Modbot's suggestion was PlexiClean. And you've got to be very, very careful and get the right stuff for cleaning your acrylic, because anything with alcohol in it or anything with ammonia in it will crack them. They'll dry out. Well, I guess not dry out, but they will crack. So you've got to be careful. And like I said, I just went through and cleaned these, so I'm going to try and not get a ton of fingerprints all over them as I try and reinstall these. Because I had all kinds of fingerprints all over these when I was trying to get those panels taken back off. And I'm just getting these in there slightly, and just getting them all lined up, and then we'll work them into the right place as we get the rest of the back panels in place. I don't want to tighten anything up until I have to. Let's see if these will come out nicely. So that side's on. We'll flip it up. And this other side, and I'll kind of show you. So these stayed in place. So that's the weirdest thing. Same printer, same frame. One side stayed in place, one side didn't. So and dang it, I put the wrong side on. So I didn't get all of the VHB residue off, partly because there's not. I'm afraid of doing too much chemicals on it, but it won't be readily visible. But I put it the wrong side on this side, so the residue would be on the outside, and I want it on the inside, of course. Be less visible that way. Honestly, Modlite, so I like my CAN bus. They're not required. They can be painful to set up. I would suggest that just to keep things easy and less tricky, just keep your existing wiring. Because chances are you'd have to do a UTC board, so a USB to CAN bus board, the CAN bus toolhead board, which would be the SB2209. I would have to print different parts for you because the parts I printed, like the door panel is made to just cover wires, not for like having a toolhead board on it. Yeah, don't use ammonia. Card detail spray would work great, but look at them first. You've got to really look at the ingredients because there's several different types of things that can bite you if you're not careful. So definitely look at what's listed on the product sheet before you just go and roll with it. Yep. And I am using, I believe these are M3 by 8 button head cap screws. For these side panels. Because M3 by 10s will bottom out in the channel. So we've got these parts there. Now what we're going to need to do is I'm going to install the back pieces. So we will need some of our corner brackets. And once again, we're going to go with, probably going to go with M3x6 button head screws for these as well. I think I got enough of those. 8s would probably work still, but we're going through 3 millimeters of acrylics. So that would still give us 3 millimeters of bite in the heat set insert. So that should be plenty. And these are just we're just going to go through the acrylic and mount them this way. Once again, I'm leaving these sort of loose for the time being, and we'll now they do say that you could use car wax to like cover up scratches in your acrylic, but once again, be careful and see what's there. And they're talking more about a paste wax, not a spray wax. Yeah, so give me 1 second and I'll show you what I mean by a tool headboard. Let me just get this started here. So back in the day, the Vorons, you either had wiring that went all the way back from the tool head or the printer head, meaning your extruder hot end setup, all the way back, or you would have a series of connectors right here, and you would use Microfit 3. So every wire would have a connection right here that would get covered by the door. Okay. Then we came up with tool head boards. I'm going to take you guys off and go on a field trip. So sorry about this. So then we started getting tool head boards. So everything on the tool head terminates on this board, and then you've got a single, I think this is a 14-pin connector. Well, then they added 5-volt lighting, so they added a 5-volt positive and ground here. So I could undo 2 connectors, and I can take the entire hot end off, put it on the bench, and work on it. Microfit 3 is definitely not the smallest connector type, but you also need something for amperage. So your hot end thermistor, or your hot end, takes a lot of amperage. So that one at the very minimum needs to be a microfit. Everything else can be JST like you see here, right? But this is a standard tool head board for this particular setup. And you'll notice because there's pins all the way up here right behind this black edge. So this one is a single tool head board, which means these top 2 right here are to the part cooling and the hot end fan on the front board, or on the front cover. So I would take the 4 screws off. I would have to pull the front cover out and then pop these 2 connectors out to be able to take the top cover off, or the front cover off. Where on some of the newer builds, it's a 2-part board. So there's another board that sits right behind your radial fan. and it just plugs into a socket on this board. So 4 screws out and you just pull and the whole front end comes off, and you don't need to mess with it. You can just set it aside, unless of course you're taking it off because a fan died, right? So yeah, it makes, this is a quality of life. It's not a requirement, but it's quality of life. The first quality of life step up from having wires that ran all the way back would be to have the jumble of everything connects right here, so you still have quick disconnects right here. Then this is the next step up. And then CAN bus is even more, because all of this wiring comes down to one wire. It's normally an XT30 plus 2, which would be an XT30 for your 24 volt power and ground. And then the plus 2 is like 2 DuPont size for your CAN high, CAN low. Yeah, it's just like anything else. You have to be careful when you're doing your connectors to make sure that you don't bork things. And I mean, really, look at the board, look at the fan. I mean, I've installed mine and haven't had any issues or problems with mine. One install, and this was day 3 of staying up till 2 in the morning working on wiring, and I plugged my USB to CAN bus board rather than piping 24 volt to it. I piped mains voltage to it. So I fried that board. Not only did I fry that board, but then I turned it on again because I was like, why did it do that? I double checked my wiring supposedly, turned it on again, and then fried the fuse up in the tool head board itself. Luckily, it didn't fry anything in the tool head, but I did have to replace the tool head board. So yeah, moral of the story, don't work on wiring when you're up for 3 days in a row, late into the morning hours. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you don't technically need the tool head board, and if you decide you want to do the tool head board, let me know and I'll have to reprint some parts for you, because I printed parts expecting you to do just just straight wiring on your Cobra. And once again, you don't have to wear gloves. I am choosing to do gloves right now just so I don't make a huge mess of fingerprints all over the panels. I have to turn this a bit so I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, you just got to be careful, take your time, line things up. All right, now I just shoved my head in the way. Where are the pins for that are in the Ziploc bag? Um, Pins in the Ziploc bag. Did they come in the LDO sensor kit? it's to build your cable for that sensor. I'm going to go ahead, now that I've got both of them in on each side, I'm going to go ahead and tighten these up. And you're screwing through the acrylic into a part. No need to really try and crank on these. You don't want to snap your acrylic because then you'd be having a bad day. This back panel sheet, okay, this cutout is offset. That offset needs to go to the left side here. Let me see if I can flip this back around. We'll drop this down. So you see larger distance here than here. So you just need to make sure that your panel goes in the right direction. And then it lines up with the tab openings. Of the side panels. There we go. All I need to do is get one or two of these started. I don't know, off the top of my head, Model Light. I might need you to send me a picture. Well, I know why it's doing that over there. It's because the bolts on the side, or the screws on the side, aren't very tight. So yeah, I'd have to double check. I'm sorry, I can't remember. Here's the diffuser and some clips. Okay, so that side's in and lined up. Try and get this side lined up. Diffuser for the LED add-on and orange clips. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. Must have missed something. So it sounds like Pez Liz took a shower and hot on your sore shoulder. What'd you do to your shoulder, Pezliz? What did you do to your shoulder? Um, okay, so, whoops. We need to install the clip right here. So we'll go ahead and install that, and then we'll do the top panel. Like, where'd the other clip go? Old nerd damage from deadlifting days. Okay. I didn't know that you deadlifted. See, I learn new things about people every day. I don't think I've ever deadlifted. Though to be honest, it does look interesting one of these days. So we're going to need 4 of our M5 T-nuts at the top. And we'll use these to secure in our top panel. Make sure to close that up so I don't spill those everywhere. And before I install the top panel, there's this hole right here. It's going to take our PTFE tube holder, and it's going to go on from the outside. So the very top is where the plastic part comes into. So we'll get that lined up. And once again, run a couple of our M6 screws in here. Ah. Yeah, it's been a while for me since I was a gym rat. There's a part of me that would love to get back into it, but also knowing, you know, I know my limits at this point. I'll just put it that way. I'll go ahead and get this lined up. You may want to double, quadruple check this, but I think this is the way it goes. Or at least this is the way I'm going to install it for now. And if it goes a different way, then we'll put it the other way. Actually, I think it does go in from the inside because I think it's made to take, no, think through that, Luke. No, it should go in this way because this side here looks to me like it would take a compression fitting or would really be a tight fit for straight Bowden tube. So we're going to actually put this in from the outside, or on the outside portion. Deadlift some pizza right now, yeah. Okay, and so your 4 holes, your 4 M5 holes here are towards the back side. So that kind of gives you an idea of where it's going to go. And I'm going to lay one side into the keyed top edge. Get the other side at the keyed top edge. We need to make sure our rear is lined up as well. Then we'll be able to get our bolts in the top started. And these should be our, once again, our M5x8 should work good there. I'm just going to get one started on each side to hold it in place. And then we'll be able to get our side panels lined up, because this side panel here, and let me try and scoot this around so I'll show you what I mean. So we've got a gap here. So this side panel needs to slide up to close that gap. So we'll just raise this side panel up to where that gap is closed. And then we can tighten these side pieces. We'll do the same thing on the other side. So we'll make sure that our top's laying nice and flat. Our side's nice, lifted up and engaged. And then we'll just lock these down in there. We'll have 2 more M5 screws to put into the top. Once again, we're using our M5x8 button heads. And we're snugging it up. We're not going to ugga-dugga the heck out of it. There's no need to. Trying to figure out this front edge gap here. Feels kind of like it's twisted a little bit. So we'll back these off. You can't get that a little bit nicer. Okay. Now we do need to put 2 and 3x6s into the back. Hey, thanks for the subscription, Comfortably Dumb. Thank you much. I appreciate that. Okay, so the next up is we're going to have our front edge panels, and these once again are going to we got to figure out the right direction for them. There's a tab up here that it needs to key into. So, and it's off center, so it'll help define which direction you need to go. And then on the side panels here, there are these pieces. So probably what I'm going to do is get these side brackets installed, top and bottom, and then we'll go ahead and install the front side panels by connecting them to that front bracket. I think what I'm going to do is just get a bunch of these out and move this off the printer before I dump them everywhere, because that will be my luck. Oh, thank you, Comfortably Dumb. Yes, I am retired United States Air Force enlisted. I retired as a technical sergeant, and I actually did cybersecurity in the Air Force, and that is what I do out in the civilian world. So just kind of stuck with it. All right, come on. There we go. Yeah, that's the one downside to this is black screws on black parts and smoked plexiglass does not a fun time make. You're an ammo troop. Okay. Well, it depends. I mean, if you were in law enforcement or wanted to be I mean, there's places you could go. Okay, so one side's done. I am going to go ahead and do the other side as well while I'm here and I've got it, so I can. Uh-oh. Hard work, how to take orders, how to give orders, how to be responsible and actually, I don't know, show up for work. Yeah, I get that. There's a lot of people who are like, oh, I was a grunt in the army. I didn't learn anything valuable. Yes, you did. At the very least, you learned to show up and be on time, unless you were a dirtbag that got kicked out, and then, well, you were a dirtbag and you didn't learn anything. And I can say that because I've got a niece that was that way. She actually got kicked out of a military school, went into the army, and the army kicked her out of basic training. So think that one through. How much of a waste do you have to be to get kicked out of basic training? Because, well, at this day they were drawing down too. If it was during the war, they would have just recycled her and kind of forced the issue. But they were getting to the point where it's like, we don't have to beg and choose anymore. Okay, so we've got that. Let me go ahead and replace this piece here as well. So on these pieces here, this was the original piece that would use the VHB tape, but we're not going to use the VHB tape. So we're just going to set this piece aside. If we can get the screw to come all the way out, there we go. And on these pieces, they're long enough that it goes through the M3 screw and the M5 screw. Whoops. So it's going to go through the M3 screw here and the M5 screw back here. So I need to take this M5 screw out as well. And of course, the M3 is going to be the easy one to line up. Famous last words. Apparently, I need an M3 that is longer. Didn't need one that's longer. There we go. And then this one, you have to pop it in and then come down from the top through the through hole, through the through hole. That one not the through hole? Why would we make it simple? Really? Seriously? Let's say, why does it feel like that's not lining up anymore? Oh, or it's just not long enough because we added a printed piece there that wasn't there before. So let's take the, looks like an 8 and put a 10 in there, or is that, no, that's a 10. Well, maybe that is an 8. Put a 10 in there. There we go. So this piece is here. We've got these ready to go. So we should be able to lay this in here and do some M3x6s down at the bottom to hold it in. So it's behind these, in front of this. We're going to line up the top edge there, and then we're going to line up our holes back here. Get an M3/6 there. Need one on the front edge. Ah. Ah. And this front edge doesn't feel like it's lining up right. Hmm. We're just slightly off as far as our, there we go. Once I get in there, then I can get it lined up. There we go. That one and that one. We'll put in two from the other side that'll go into these side pieces here. Move this around some. We're going to put in our other two screws, bottom and top, over here, and that'll pull these. And I got to take these gloves off. We'll just have to get fingerprints on it the rest of the way because my hands are getting sweaty. I'm going to put you folks on mute for just a second and step off camera. I need to blow my nose real fast. Please excuse me. Let me turn the mic on, and then I remind me to do show and tell in a minute. Oh, okay, my light. Sorry if I missed you heading out. Like I need to loosen these up because the side panel is not lining up fully. Once again, that's where you might need not a problem, on light. Come on. There we go. Trying to channel my inner Steve Builds, which says everything needs to be good and lined up and straight, and basically do it right the first time so you don't have to redo it again later. Those are in. Let me see about grabbing some more of my M3x6s, which I am starting to run low on. I have to switch over to M3x8 if they'll still fit. Hopefully those will work for the hinges. And I'll have to order some more of my black ones here. What I need to do is figure out there is a specific basically which side these go on. Well, I'm going to install the light bars, which will make this corner over here line up nicer. And they do only go in one way because the screw holes will dictate that they only go in one way. Because they should be flush with the front edge. Otherwise, if you put them in on the wrong side, they'll cross the two side panels, and you don't want that. Come on now. There we go. And by doing that, now I can come in from the other side and that'll lock this front edge corner in. But while I'm here, to make my life a little bit easier, I'll go ahead and put in this side as well. So I buy my hardware off of normally Amazon, but I go kind of wherever. Some of this is leftover hardware from previous builds. But I order stuff from Amazon. And I go back and forth between, do I get the black? Do I get the stainless steel, quote unquote, silver? So it depends. Um, but yeah, a good portion of this stuff is left over from previous builds. Because if you get a good kit, they do provide extra hardware. And then I just buy and fill in what I need for various projects. I'm not going to need that. I need this piece because I think it's going to be easier to put these in while I've got better sight lines before I put this other side panel on. That one away, and we're going to grab this one, which is a larger one. Okay, other side panel, which still has its paper on it because apparently that's where we stopped. Yeah, so your LVO kits, a lot of your kits from Fabrico, KB-3D, they're going to have extras. So that's one way of getting, building up your thing is when you buy your kits. But then yeah, everything else is through Amazon. Um, I know AliExpress would be even cheaper, but I mean, let's be honest, 90% of the stuff you're buying from Amazon is coming from China anyhow. So, yeah, you can get it cheaper going through AliExpress, but how long is it going to take for you to get it versus buying it from Amazon and getting it in a day or two? So, this plate goes behind these two pieces that we mounted to the top and bottom, or in front of, and then behind these two side pieces. Make sure to put it in there the right way so that your top tab will line up. And I'm going to go ahead and screw this to the light bar. you. So a couple of these screws are from a kit that they just don't. It almost feels like they were painted so that it doesn't hold in the head of the screw very well. If that makes sense. Okay, so we got the 2 on the top, the 2 on the bottom. I need to come in and do the 4 from the inside on this one. And then we'll be ready to work on doors. So I'm going to have to scoot this around, and maybe I can get you some sight picture there. And of course, these are lining up on the sides now. So, sorry, I'm going to shove my head in here. I'm going to see where we're at as far as lining up. Why, oh why? See if I can't get a little shimmy shake to the piece so I can get in here. Yeah, you bought large kits of hardware. Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's another way of doing it. If you see sales, then definitely kind of go for it. All right. That one finally caught. And then what we'll do with the lights when I get those set up is we'll use one of our multi-JST connector boards here. Right, this lets me add either basically daisy chain 3 fans, or in this case, it'll be the lights. And I'll have lights in the front here. I could possibly put a set like along the back that'll light up the back portion as well. I don't know. I'll have the ability to with this. And then there'll be a plastic piece that goes on the back of it that will screw the board to. We use a little bit of VHB tape, and we can clip it right here on the side so that we can keep our wiring out of the way. And this, the one light will come across the side, join in with this, and then we'll bring it down and it'll loop in right next to the the one of the Z motors or the XZ motors, and we'll get it underneath the deck right there. But yeah, that's why I said we'll work on that later, or maybe I'll do that off stream. I don't know. We'll see. Uh, some of who's shipping or pricing? Are you talking about the China kits? See, that's the thing that'll get you is you'll look at some of these things and oh wow, MakerDeck gave me a shout out. Well, thank you. Was that you, Pez Liz? If so, thank you very much for giving me a shout out over on MakerDeck. Well, it's shipping to the U.S., but if that's one of the AliExpress people that are shipping from Canada, or not Canada, shipping from China, then yeah, it's expensive because they're putting it on a boat and shipping it across. So we need to go ahead and install the screws on the side here into our light bar. And I feel like this is slightly wrapped. I'm having a little bit of issue getting this one tab to fit in. Whoops. Slightly off kilter. I'm just going to go through and check all of my other corners. That's tight. I just realized I got my head in the way there. Just trying to loosen some panels up to see if I can't get the like very, very small fraction of play in this panel. And no, sir, I don't want your help. What in the world? Maybe, possibly. There we go. That was fun. All right, now I feel like almost these holes maybe be slightly, ever so slightly off. Either that or tolerance in my printed part, which, there we go. That could be too. Now it'll be the fun part of trying to get these inside holes to line up for these, after how much trouble I had on the other side. Oh well, I already got those in there. What? Apparently I'd already done those. Hey, Stephen Poole, how are you doing? Hope you are doing well, sir. We are assembling the enclosure for one of our Ender to switch wire conversions. Make sure that everything is tightened. So we started to do this on last stream, and I quickly realized that I had printed out the wrong parts. So we had to kind of step back and do a reset and print the right parts so that we can get things going. Which I think we're good now. We just have the doors to install. And there's a part of me that wants to wait on that install for the doors until Saturday, simply because, well, it's either that or switch over to using some stainless steel screws. Actually, no, we might be able to do the hinges because the hinges should be using some backer plates as well. So we should be able to use our M3 by 8s to go through these. And I'm going to want to, you can tell already, I'm going to need to make sure that those holes are 3mm. Written and chilling, awesome. Yeah, that's definitely a nice way to spend the day. Instead, I'm just going to make sure these holes are 3mm, and then we'll continue on to building the door panels. Um, yeah, that's what they're going to suggest is they're going to have a bomb for each printer. But if you watch like a Nero or a Steve build stream, you're most likely going to get a go grab an assorted set of M3 and M5 button heads from Amazon, AliExpress, what have you, and that's going to become the basis. There are, specific sizes that you'll need more of than others, and that's where I'd say look at the bomb and maybe get a baseline kit or set, and then the ones that you're going to use more of in a build, just go and buy those from buy the hundreds or whatever off of Amazon or AliExpress, depending on how long you want to wait for them to come in. And by the way, be careful when you're buying stuff on Amazon, simply because some of them, not everything's prime, and you will order some parts thinking, oh, this is going to be here tomorrow, and you're not paying attention. And it's very much not going to be there tomorrow because, well, they're getting it from a Chinese shipper. So just be cognizant when you're ordering stuff from Amazon that not everything is prime shipping. Okay. I have no real idea. When I say I have no real idea, I was really, let me finish that phrase. I have no real idea which way the parts here go. I'm going to just try and look at it and we'll make her work. That goes like that. This is go around the I do this, this goes around like that. And then your part. I'm just trying to think through the way that this would go. And these are going to need heat set inserts in them as well. So let me fire that back up to do a couple of more heat set inserts. Because like I said, apparently everything in this particular kit needs heat set inserts. Where did I put the rest of my heat sets? Oh, no. You guys remember what I did with the rest of my heat set inserts? There they are. Oh, yeah. Now you can, like, if you're building a specific Voron, like I think KB-3D, West 3D, Tensor 3D, and actually these don't take heat set inserts. It's actually where the screw head goes. My bad. We're going to use a long socket head cap screw as the hinge on these. So we'll grab our kit. And this kit here, I pretty much built from various builds. So I've got a bunch of sorry. I have a bunch of M5 hardware, both in socket head and cap head screws. 14s. So those are going to go over there. These are 8s. I'm trying to apparently think, and it's not working. But you can buy, you can go to Tensor, KB-3D, Fabrico, West 3D, and they will have hardware kits for most of the major builds that you can buy separately. And that gets you a head start on all of them. So Stephen Poole, what are you printing, sir? Because I know you've been printing a lot of full models here and there. What is it you're working on today? We're going to try and use our M3x8s for these since we're going to be going through the panel, a smaller piece, and then the actual hinge piece. So hopefully our M3x8s won't be too long and we can do this. Otherwise, we will be at a stopping point on this build. We're going to go through our thin piece. This is just going to be a support piece to add a little more rigidity to the panel at the hinge point. And there's two parts to the hinges. Mopar signs, nice. Come on now. Okay, and I don't know why that's being annoying and not lining up with the hole. Seriously? All right, so I don't know what's going on here. It feels like my thin pieces may have shrunk a lot or something. Here, once again, the holes may just be not lining up worth a darn, which the holes are laser cut, so I don't know why they wouldn't line up nicely. Okay, so these look like they're lining up, but the printed support pieces don't appear to be lining up. Let me test that theory, see if this just lines up and screws in, which that appears to do. No, yes, no, maybe, maybe. Yep. Hmm. All right, gang. So I think I'm actually going to call it on this one and maybe reprinting some parts. And we'll jump over. Nobody, Siri. Stop trying to be helpful. Okay. So we're going to stop working on this. Like I said, I might have to reprint some of these parts. one, some of the surface finishes I'm not liking so much, and two, I may have to just increase the size by like 0.5% to make them fit right. But that's fine. We can live with that. We've made good progress on this portion. We put these up. I can lift this. So we've got most of an enclosure on the switch wire. And then we'll come over here to our Rook 2020 build. Which I just realized I still have yet to print the X gantry for whatever reason. This will be the new foot to replace one of the, I think this foot. And I'll put the electrical outlet right here. Hello, John Klopp. It was pretty nice when your supports come off this easily, especially when you're dealing with ABS supports. When you guys let me forget, we were going to do some show and tell. Show and tell. We got something in the mail today. And I got these for Earth. Is my Rook PLA like his others? The first Rook that I did, which is downstairs, known as Gold Dragon, is PLA. It is gold and galaxy black PLA from Polymaker. The other Rook that I have over here, which is the Fabrico kit, which, so on the Fabrico kit here, the issue I'm having is the PTFE tube for the Bowden is not staying in here. It keeps pushing out, and as soon as it pushes out, the print fails because it's just basically pushing off into air. There's no more confinement of the filament path. So what I'm going to do is take the rookery off. Well, my first thought was going to be to take the rookery off, but I did just find a mount for the Sherpa that screws into the back here that will allow you to mount the Sherpa right on top. So I'm either going to do that or do a dragon burner. Where you'll mount the hot end, it slides in, you'll have your 4010s on each side, 3010 in the front, and you mount your Sherpa on the top. So basically I'm going to move this to a direct drive, one way or the other. whether I go with the Dragon Burner or with the other mount that I saw that can mount to the back of the Rookery and move the Sherpa into a direct drive. I much prefer that. All of my other Sherpas are direct drive setup. So, yeah. That is in the works. And then this kit, oh wait, the Mercury, or the Fabrico Rook kit is Polymaker Blue and Lime ABS. And this one is printed in orange ABS. And I was going to do some black accents. In fact, I've got a couple of pieces that we'll install that will be black. But see that? I didn't want to take it out of the package yet. But we've got, darn it, like trying to get we've got the Digital Dragon stickers for Earth. Those just came in today. So we'll have stickers at the booth for Earth this year. Okay. Trying to think what we need to work on next. We're going to start putting together our Z-axis. So the idlers are at the front, the motors are at the back. Your Z-axes will go on the back as well. And there's two different types of printed parts. There's a printed part with a full through hole. These are the top pieces. And then there's a printed part that's got a lip around the bottom hole, right? That's going to be your bottom pieces. Now what I've done is I've gone ahead and used an 8mm reamer to make sure that these holes were 8mm. One of my rods was a factory 200mm rod. The other one I cut down myself. So we're going to use those rods. And we're going to start by mounting this with M5 hardware into the corners here. And it came with T-nuts, and I've tossed the T-nuts. Hammerhead T-nuts. I hate them with a passion. So I'm going to use Roland T-nuts here. I much prefer those. Especially when the actual extrusions work well with them. As in the standard Creality ones, typically they're either going to stick hard or they won't stay in the slots at all. And the Rook 2020 kit, the frame kit from Fabrico, comes with the 12 200mm 2020 extrusions. It'll come with 8 of the corner brackets, the 3-way corner brackets, along with the set screws that go with them. And then you'll get the M5x8 button head cap screws. I think these are 8. Maybe they're 10. Let me double check. Well, that one's a 14 because that's not the one that came in the kit. Yes, these are M5x8 button head cap screws. And you'll use these and normally the hammerhead T-nuts to secure everything. Like I said, I despise hammerhead T-nuts. because once again, depending on the frame, they either work well or you fight them tooth and nail to get them to actually twist in the frame. So my preference is always the roll-in T-nuts. Yeah, and those stickers, I bought those from makestickers.com. Make stickers. So yeah, first time I ever ordered stickers from anybody, and seems to come out well. They look nice. They do send you a proof ahead of time. Make sure you mount these in the right orientation so you don't have to redo it. Still trying to think if I'm going to do try and do like a table banner or something, or maybe wait until next year to do that. We'll see. Okay, our bottoms are done. Before I go ahead and stick rods in there, what I'm going to want to do is get my LM, what was it, LM 8L UUs. LM8L, which is the long ones. You want the long ones. Don't try and go with the short ones because you won't have as much support and your bed will wobble. So you want these to be pretty much centered on your part. And then we'll use some M5 nuts to clamp these in. Not M5 nuts, M5 screws. And this is where the 14s will probably come in handy. I might need to go longer than 14s. Let me grab, because 14 is not going to give you much to bite into the plastic. So I'm most likely going to need 16s and possibly even, we'll see if the 20s work. Because they're the silver screws, my 16s are going to be the black screws. So 20s will give you the length for sure. Oh yeah, that'll give you plenty of length. And because you're going to be clamping this into plastic, once again, you don't want to like ugga-dugga this down. You just want to thread it in there and just be able to start clamping it. On the standard Mark 1 bed, this is I believe it's an M3 or a pair of M3s going into some square nuts. So if you can notice here, this edge is sitting just proud of the bed, and all I did on this side was clamp it back down to where it's flush. You don't want it too clamped or you'll run into issues. And you probably want to rotate your bearings. So you kind of got like the X pattern. And you're not seeing me grease these because they came out of another printer. So they've been greased. I'm gonna wait for the ad break to finish. About another 30 seconds. Okay, ad break's over. So once again, we tighten the M5 screw in here just enough to basically bring these clamp edges flush, which should provide good clamping force to support your bearings. You're going to need to, I'm just going to set it kind of right over those bottom pieces and get my rods in here. You'll be able to line it up. There's one side. We'll do the other side. You want to make sure that these are seated all the way down. Our bed moves nice and easily. We haven't put the tops on. So the next thing up is going to put the tops on. And get these lined up and mounted, just like we did the bottoms. I'll just set it down here to make it easier. Yes, this will be the third Rook build for me. And I may have another Rook build coming to me at the end of, actually it should be any time now it might ship. So I need to reach out to that individual about my next Rook, which will be another kit that's coming to market. But yeah, they're neat little kits. These are really nice printers. They're good size to be able to take, I'll say, quote unquote, on a road show. So if you need to go somewhere and one, you just want to take a 3D printer with you, very easy to, throw in the floorboard of the car and go. And if you want to like show somebody what 3D printing can do, this is a real good sized printer that you can take with you just about anywhere. I love my little Rooks. And there's I think a version of it called, is it the Fortress, which is a enclosed one. And in that case, you would actually print the enclosure as well. So, yeah. Definitely all kinds of versions out there. Yeah, the KP3S is another one because it's really small. I took the Rook, so I took the Voron 2.4. So my loadout for Murph was the Voron 2.4, which was built based on a printed parts kit that I got from Rocky Mountain Reprint Fest. I want a set of printed parts from the Voron team. I took the 0G, because this is a full up custom build. This is a beta that was just recently opened up for an open beta. And this one sat at the KB-3D booth because they help provide most of the linear motion parts for that printer. I also took a Prusa Mini, which belonged to Westery One. I actually helped get that. It was not in great shape when it got to her, so I got it running again for her. And then I took a Rook. And I really like the idea of taking a Rook and a Prusa Mini because you get to show them a Core XY as well as the standard Cartesian bed flinger, right? And they're real easy to transport and move around. So I'm just checking to make sure that my bed still moves well, and it does. So we'll be good there. I'm going to hold off on mounting the bed just because I don't have the magnet for it. And I need to put the magnet on before I go ahead and mount it because you need to put pressure to, it's pressure sensitive adhesive. So I need to do that on the bench before mounting it on the bed. So we won't actually put that on just yet. We can start building our front idlers and we can get our motors together. And our front idlers are going to be standard bearing stacks. I'm just going to double check here. Yeah, 2 shims between the bearings. Ooh. So it was good. Hey, Pete, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for bouncing in. So we were working on, let me switch cameras to the right camera because that'll help all. So we were working on the enclosure for Red Dragon. We've got all the sides and the top on. We just haven't put the doors on. I didn't really like the prints, so I want to reprint them. And I'm probably going to increase them to like 100 point 5% when I reprint them, just because the holes weren't lining up as well as I liked. So I'm going to reprint those. It does have the ability, there are pieces up here in the top corners to put lights. I will do lights, but I'm going to add those in here in a little bit. We may do those on Saturday. We'll see. We'll probably work on finishing off the Rook on Saturday. And then if we've got the time, then we'll go ahead and play with the Ender lighting. So, Pete, Steven, are you guys going to Earth this year? These are going to be M5. Oh, these are going to fit, are they? Nope. 30s? Yeah, 30s should work. Awesome. So basically what I'm going to do is get these started. I'm going to lay it down on the bench and we're going to build them in place. Because what we're doing is we're screwing through the top and directly into the plastic in the bottom. So I'm going to basically set it just like this and build these bearing stacks in place. So I'm just going to start screwing it in a little bit by hand. And then I'm going to need a shim, or in this case, it's an M5 washer, because I don't have any quote unquote precision shims. So flange to the washer and then flange away. So it's going to be stacked like that to make your roller. And the more I look at this, I'm like, I think I'm just going to cheat. And just take these off and build the bearings and then put them back on. Hey, Subsector, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I think we will be using some M5 by 10s on that afterwards. So this will make my life a little bit easier. So I'm going to go with a washer, a bearing with the flange against the washer. Screw my screw in a little bit more. Bearing with the flange facing up. Screw it in a little bit more. I'll need 2 washers. And on your so on a precision shim, you have nice edges on both sides. On a washer, because they're stamped, you've got like a smooth side and then a bird edge. Put the 2 bird edges together so that your smooth sides are now against the flanges of these bearings, and that'll ensure that they run smooth. So now we're going to need another bearing, flange down on our screw up to where it's just peeking over. Another bearing, flange up. Come on, you can do it. Well, that's interesting. Normally you'd have the space to put another washer, so it looks like I'm only going to be able to do one washer between the bearing stacks. One washer, bearing, the other bearing. This is where it tends to get fiddly. And then you're going to get this washer that you're going to have to stick up there and get it lined up. And it's going to be, we'll just go with the word fun. And this is where normally I'd use my fingernails or a pair of tweezers to try and push this into place. Preferably without drawing blood. Oh, come on, spinner. So how are you doing, Subsector? Hope you're doing well. And that's in there, so we're just going to go ahead and screw this down just so the head of the bolt just snugs, and then we're done. Because you want these to be able to rotate nice and smooth, which both of them are. So then we can go ahead and mount this again. And it just felt like the 8s didn't have enough of a bite to them, so I'm going to go ahead and try with some M510s and see if they bottom out or not. Okay, so that, I don't know. This feels like it's still a little wobbly, like it's not tightening up. Good. Yeah, life's been a little crazy lately. Mrs. Dragon's still in Colorado, and with work and it being reward cycle time, so it's that time of year when everybody, you have to like do bonuses and merit raises and stuff like that. And as a new manager, I have to deal with all those things this year, which was fun. And did I see that one of your sons was moving back to, was it California? Okay. Maybe I just hadn't tightened that one down. I think that was probably the problem. Yeah, Ash went back to Cali. Nice. So did he get back and get all settled in? Well, that sucked. But it'll be easy enough to put back in place. Gotcha. All right, so I'm just going to thread the screw on there just a little bit to give us a head start. We're going to put a washer. Once again, the smooth side is going to be up facing the bearing. Bearing flange side down. Bearing flange side up. Another washer. Bearing flange side down. Probably not putting it through the hole. Give yourself a little bit more screw working room. Gotcha. So you're going to get your house back. It's like empty nesting all over again. Come on. And then, like I said, it's just an exercise of just moving it around, trying to get the last washer centered. And I think I got it in there. So we're just going to go ahead and tighten that back down. Once again, we're going into plastic, so we're not going to ugga-dugga it. And as soon as we feel the head tension up, we're done. Make sure our bearings still roll freely, which they do. And we'll be good to go ahead and put our screws back in here. We got to remember our one fell down there, so we'll have to fix that. Make sure it's pushed into that corner piece well. Oh, God, yeah. I got news for you. I had my parents move in for a while once they sold their house in Indiana before they found a new house down here. And yeah, that was a treat. Love my parents to death, but just I love having family visit, but after a while it's like, okay, you guys need to go find another place to stay. Like, we'll get you a motel, hotel, something, but I need to feel like I own my own house again. So while we're here, we're going to go ahead and swap out this leg for the other one. Like, which way is this going? Obviously, it'll be on this side here. So we'll just flip that up so that we can pop this leg out. We'll put the new one on. And once again, this is going to give us our IEC 13 outlet holder. Yeah. Like I said, love my parents, love my family, don't get me wrong, but yeah, just feeling like you can't do anything in your house without having everybody looking at you is Crazy. Yeah, you lost all your space. You had to give up all of your print space. One line's up there. We'll need to transfer over our foot. And once again, this is just screwed right into the plastic. So are you going to keep doing the printing business then? Because weren't you doing that with Ash? Okay, so that would put my outlet on my left rear side. And I'll show you. So our bed, once again, is going to be the build plate from whatchamacallit, LDO Motors. And so it's got the one that's got the nice polyamide bed. It's already got the fuse in line, and you've got your two wires. So this will be, the red will be your inbound, the white will be the return. I need to verify that I've got the right screws for it, but I need to peel this off, clean it, and put the magnet on. And I'm waiting for Chris at KB-3D to close out my order and get this to me. But this will mount here. And then what I'll do is I'll put a couple of, I'll VHB tape a couple of Wago connectors back here. And these will go into the Wagos, and they'll come out of the Wagos and go into the, actually the Wagos won't be able to go there. I'll probably wind up with the Wagos on the inside. And I say that because I told you we were going to mod this. I found this back plate, and I don't know why. I think my ABS was getting a little wet, soaked up some moisture, so the surface quality sucks, but I'm fine because it'll be the back of the printer. This is lined up to hold a Pico, which I just got in today from Deep Fried Heroin. So I've got the Big Tree Tech Pico that will sit here, and then I'll mount a Raspberry Pi or Raspberry Pi Zero equivalent on top of it, which will be powered from the Pico. We'll have a fan that'll blow up to cool them off. And this gives you a place where you can run your cabling and latch it down. So this will mount to the back as a back panel, just like that. That'll give us a nice place where we can put our electronics back here, route our wiring nice and neat, and give us a better look. Plus, it gives me a surface that I can put stickers on or something. So, yeah, that's exactly how we're going to go. Yeah, I wish I could say it was my idea. It wasn't, but I'm going to have to do some cleanup on that, on the hole for that fan mount. But once again, this bed, the polyimide bed required a increased power supply because it heats up quicker. So when you buy the bed, you also get a new power supply. And said power supply whoops, that's your thermistor right there. It screws into the bottom. But the power supply is a Mornson. It's a LMF 223B24. So it's a 24 volt, 200 watt power supply. So it's a little bit bigger than the one that comes standard. And you'll notice looking around, there's no place to set your voltage. So your voltage is set. You don't have to set your voltage. But I do have a mount that we'll use to mount this to the printer, or to the printer. Well, this was supposedly the mount for this, but I'm not seeing the holes line up. That hole lines up, but these holes don't. If I line these holes up and one of those don't, go this way, that hole might line up, but none of those line up. Well, interesting. This was supposed to be a mount for this, but none of the holes were lining up. Huh. Well, so much for trying. So if I go this direction, yep, hole's still not lining up. Well, we will try and find a different one that will actually work with this. That was so depressing. Not a problem. I will find a mount that'll work for this, or create one. Stickers. Okay. So yeah, you get to set everything back up again. Nice. Yeah, so that's the thing is every time you try and do some type of modification, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I was pretty sure that this is one that would work with this. Pretty darn sure that it was supposed to. I don't know what holes they were trying to line up with, but yeah. So I guess I will be coming up with an appropriate mounting system for this. But the gist will be to mount this underneath, and with my power inlet over there, I would probably want to mount it like this somehow. And I'd like to make it underneath this so I could print out a top plate that'll cover the electronic, or at least the power supply piece. And I'll have to mount towards the front because our motor will be sitting back here, so we don't want it in the way of the motor. We'll have all of our electronics on the back panel here, so we'll have to bring power up to the panel here. So, but we'll figure that out. We will figure that out. The standard mount for your electronics would be an SKR Mini, and this is the standard mount so that you can kind of mount it here, or you know, however which way you want it. They give you some different mounting options here. And I really don't like this because it leaves everything open and just visible. And I like this. At least it's open. You know, if it's open, it's still on the back and it's hidden unless people come around to look. And this will force me to make it nice with my wiring. So, I kind of like this option. So, yep, that's how we'll be working on that. What else can we do? We can probably mount some motors. I'm going to reuse some motors that I had in, what was this in? This is in the D-Bot. So I will have to redo the pulleys on these motors. The only other option, I can either use these, which are I have available right now, or I do have a full other set of stepper on line motors, which I've used in a different, in my original Rook. Same motors as what I used in the original Rook. But when I do these, I want the motor wires to go towards the center, so I'll route them up and down, or depending on how I mount the Pico. So on the Pico, one, it is super small if you've never seen one. We'll bring this out. So it's super small, and all of your connections are primarily on the outer edge. So your motors are on the outer edge. This is going to be your power end, your bed, and your hot end. You'll have end stops. So 3 end stops, your thermistors. This connector up here takes this connector, and it's called the laser port, which is funny. But it takes this JST connector, if I can get it lined up. Why is it not? There we go. And then this comes around and plugs into your Raspberry Pi so you can talk to it via UART. So because these mounting holes are the same as a Raspberry Pi, you could put a 3B on top of it. Or like I said, I'm going to use a Raspberry Pi Zero style board. This is actually a RADSA. So I'm going to mount this on standoffs like right there, or even on this side. Okay. And this cable Goes on just like that. So you'll have 2 power, the ground, and then your 2 that get crossed for your UART communications. And you would mount that with standoffs right there. And it's one neat, tiny little package. So you have your host controller and your actual printer controller all in one shot. I actually have a 8 gig Raspberry Pi 4 and something else on its way from Pi Hut. But yeah, we'll just use standoffs right there to mount that. And this provides the power and the UART communication to the board. And mounting it right here, it stays out of the way of anything else we need on the board. So you would have, I think these are RGB headers. Yeah, so this is your RGB header here. This is 5-volt ground and another GPIO pin, so an addressable pin. So you can use that probably for RGB header as well if you wanted. Yeah, I like this little board. I've used it on one of my Rooks, and I've used it on a, what else? I used it on a Rook. Maybe it's just the Rook. But I got it on the first Rook that I built, and I really like this little board and this little setup here. It makes it nice and compact. So that's going to be the board we'll use. And based on how things lay out with our motors, thermistors, our power coming in here, I probably want to keep power towards the bottom. So we'll mount it in that orientation. So our 2 stepper motors will come down the middle and then plug in. But yeah, put that in there for the time being. Get our jumpers put in there. Got a rubber ducky. And that uses the 2209 stepper motors. So we'll mount this with M3 by 10s, I believe. And whenever I put M3 screws into the plastic like that, I like to put a washer underneath them just to help them grip a little bit better without trying to pull a groove into the plastic. And of course, I didn't check that. And I've got, whatchamacallit, elephant's foot. So subsectors, you said stickers. What stickers were you referring to? So once again, we'll get our thing ready to go. The wires will face towards the inside because that will make it easier. Okay. Oh, stickers are just fun as all? Gotcha. So I did go ahead and order some stickers, subsectors, so I'll show you those in a minute. I'd still like to see what you're able to come up with though. I just wanted to make sure I had some type of sticker that I could bring to Earth with me. And I'm not tightening these down all the way. We're going to need them to be able to slide back because that will be our belt tensioning is actually sliding our motors back. So just remember when we go to do our belts that we want our motors all the way forward. So we have, you know, the 4 or 5 millimeters that we'll need to tighten them. Yeah, no worries. No worries. I was just telling you that I did go ahead and get some made. I will show them off again. I'm trying not to take them out of the wrapper. So we'll see if I can't get a better look here. But these are 3 by like 2, 2.5, 2.7 or something like that. Yep. No worries. So these came out nice. I got these from Make Stickers. They were pretty decent. I mean, they were good price, and I got 500 of them. So they weren't bad priced. So got a few of those. I'll move this back off the table. So we got the one motor mounted. We're going to go ahead and mount the other one up. And yeah, no worries. I know you're busy, and I know that you had the kiddos that were coming, going, what have you. So thanks. I kind of liked them. I think they came out well. Okay, so we got that done. Let me clean up that mess. We're also going to be able to mount our Z motor. which will not be using one of these. It will be a belt drive, so it will use a GT 22 GT2 pulley. There is a mod out there that actually uses a gear reduction setup, like a kind of like you would do on a Voron. I'm not, but it is out there. So once again, we're going to mount our motor. We want to mount it from the outside in because our belt is going to be from this pulley through to the bed. Oh, there we go. So we want to mount it from the outside towards the inside. Once again, we'll grab our M3 by 10s. And as far as our direction of the connector, we should be good to have it just point towards the top. Or I guess we could point it to the side and bring it up into the cable chain. You know, kind of just do this with it. So let's do that. We'll put it towards the side. Huh, 10s aren't going to do it. We're going to need to go up to 12s. On this one, that part's a little bit thicker. Yeah, that does. Yeah, that's better. Okay. And in this case, we got the printer setting upside down, which works because we want this to be closer to the top because once again, pulling it down is going to be our tensioning mechanism. So, and I ordered some new 20-tooth pulleys because I don't think I have another one here. I ordered them through Chris at KB-3D. So as soon as he gets that order here or gets it shipped, it probably won't be here on Saturday though. We'll have to figure something out between now and then. I'm sure we can find something to work on. We'll have our movement. Um, we're just going to need those three motors because the plan is to put an orbiter 2 on this because I have a couple of them. So we're going to put a orbiter 2 with a filament sensor on here. And run it that way. One over here. Bum, 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 bum. Now what? So we got that done. I can't do the X gantry because I still haven't printed that part. Probably because I'm trying to decide which whether I was going to do it in orange or black. What we got loaded? We've got orange loaded. We'll go ahead and get that going in orange. I just may have to find it and slice it. And that'll be ready for Saturday. We could go ahead and install our linear rails here. We may have to do a partial lube stream today to do that. Okay. Yeah, that'd be great, subsector. Okay. Thought process. Rails. What did I do with the linear rails? Right here. So we've got 3 different sizes of our linear rails. We've got the 2 longer ones and then the 1 shorter one. The 1 shorter one will go on the XY joint or the X gantry, where the other 2 are going to lay right in here. The other one's going to be suspended. And let me close that again and open the right application. Sorry, gang. I'm going to try and get the part up and spliced real fast. That's wild. I was just looking at that. The last thing I sliced was that Morn Sun for the mount for this, and yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. No, not that. XY joints. Let that warm up just so for a little bit while I start working on these, and then we will get that started. So need a couple of our paper towels. Yeah, I know somewhere down the road I want to also try and do like a like a table I don't know, drape, banner, or whatever, so I can cover up all the junk that I shove under the table. Huh, that one was kind of nasty. So we will be using some of our IPA to try and get some of the shipping crap off of these, because at least this very small one was just full of oil, like it was soaked in a lightweight oil. I'm going to try and get some of that off. We're going to put Mobilux in it. The other two aren't too bad. These, I believe these are Reliabot is where I got these from on Amazon. So I'm not going for like, hey, I want a high wind rail on a mostly printed 3D printer. I just don't think that's necessary. And no, I'm not going to sit here and try and like soak the carriages and yank the carriages off and all that goodness. I'm just going to roll with them the way they are. I'm just going to pack these with some Mobilux. The subsector, you haven't been with us in a little bit, like a minute or two. So have you seen any of the helmets and stuff I've been working on? I'm just going to go ahead and squeeze out my EP2 over the balls. I will mash it in there. And then we'll put them on the rails and work them around a little bit to get some of this oil, or not oil, but the EP2 grease move through there. And then we'll come back and we'll give it some more grease, and that tube's pretty much empty. So we'll be flipping over to a new tube for the second round of this. Bigger one. You can refill these, but at some point I may look into refilling them. But the only way I'm going to get EP2, I think, is like um, a full, tube of it. So, okay, well, if you're going to stick around for a short bit, let me get these lubed up, and then we will do a little bit of show and tell on some of the helmets and stuff that I've been printing. And if you're careful, I'm actually able to get these bearings to move in the channel by finger. All kinds of wrong. So I may not have to get them on the rails to slide them around to get the first set of this grease through the raceways. All Okay. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of show and tell here in a minute. All right, I'm focusing on lubing my balls and not losing any in the process. Okay. On the MGN 12 rails and carriages, I would be doing this a little bit different. These are so small that I'm a lot more confident in doing them completely off the rails like this because there's really not really a place for them to go. There's one. Two. Thank you, subsector. And 3. I would kind of suggest not doing this, but I've got enough grease on my hands that I kind of need to. I can put some lotion on later. Okay. Now, these are going to take M3 nuts, so we will need to get some M3 nuts ready. Well, some M3 T-nuts and some M3 screws ready. One, two, three, and three, so 6. And subsector, I've missed having you on stream. I've also missed having my sister from another mister. Ooh. And I just thought we won't be able to do the 2 end ones because they're going to fall over they'll fall over the corner pieces here. So we're going to have to do, we'll just go ahead and try and do every single one. Because why not? You definitely don't need to do every one. Not to work on getting those lined up. Definitely going to need to clean my hands later. So we're going to use our M3x8 socket head cap screws. And I'm just going to work to get a couple of them started. I don't want them to be tight. I just want them to basically get underneath the top of the rail. I'll be able to slide my carriage around, and it will allow me to get the rest of my screws placed. Oh yeah, definitely. Streaming takes it out of me. I'll sit there and stream on a Saturday, and next thing I know, I'm just exhausted. And I'm like, all I did was stand on my feet for, several hours. Well, I guess that's part of it. It was, standing on your feet the whole time as opposed to, sitting down and doing stuff. So like I said here, I pretty much I just did one in every hole except the two ends, which I can't get to because of um, the triple mounting thing that they've got. Sorry, folks. I'm going to put you on mute real fast. I need to blow my nose again. Okay, there we go. Hey, Bionic, how are you? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Let me, been cooking for a little bit. Let me go ahead and get that started. So helmet. So this is the Imperial Commando. So the Imperial Mandalorian Commando helmet from the season 3 of the Mandalorian. So I've got a full armor set. This is actually printed in Cosplay B, and I don't know, I don't know if I just wasn't printing it high enough, but there's an awful lot of, I don't know if you can tell, but there's an awful lot of layer lines and stuff in it. I still need to do some sanding. I'm going to work this. Don't worry, I will work this one. But I started reprinting this. This is 3 different pieces. And I did start printing this in ABS because the entire body is printed in gray ABS. So I wanted to try the Cosplay B and see how that worked. This is the Heavy Mandalorian Spartan mashup helmet. This is the one that failed on me twice trying to print it in Polymaker Silk Chrome. And this is actually printed in Polymaker Draft PLA. So this is the black Draft PLA. So once again, I am seeing, some of the layer lines. I've got, not sure if that'll show up on camera, but there's an awful lot of, you see the vertical ghosting there on the antenna piece. So I probably need to go and redo my input shaper on this printer. This is printed on the Ender 5 Plus that I've converted to a 0G Mercury. So I probably just need to go through and redo my input shaper on this. But the inside, I do use a lot of support, but it's because I prefer the inside of my helmets to be nice and smooth like that. So I'll need to add, padding and stuff, of course, and a visor. But it's the right size. But my goal is to start painting these and start to work my chops on that. So here's the other part that was done in the ABS. It's not going to key it together as well because I don't have all of the support material pulled out, but there's the back and lower half. But this ABS was printing so nice over on the Trident. So once again, the Trident, I was printing the jetpack, and I think I was doing the helmet on the Trident, and then all the other parts for the body were done over here on the Voron 2.4. So yeah, I think they came out well. I'm very happy with them. So I'm going to go ahead and load up my nuts on this side. We'll go ahead and get this rail done, and we'll get these ready. Yeah, and like I said, I'm gonna try and do the whole painting thing. So be nice to me. I'll learn. It's primarily going to be I'm going to use gray primer, fillable sandable primer to help with the layer lines, and then glossy white for most of it, because most of it's going to be white, and then the abs and some accent pieces will be like a darker, like the Beskar-ish type gray armor. So my plan there is going to be use black, like glossy black, and then dry rub graphite powder. So pure graphite powder. And that'll give it that dark metallic gray look. Or at least I believe that's how that's going to work out based on the research I've done. So I'm going to try and do that. And we'll see how it comes out. Yeah, I think he might have been the one that I saw that did that technique. But I've watched so many people just trying to figure out, okay, what's a good way of getting this done. Like I've also got some UV acrylic, like clear UV acrylic resin that I was going to try because that's another way of filling in some deep layer lines. It's nowhere near being lined up. Because you can put some on in small batches and then UV cure it and just work your way around in small batches as opposed to trying to do the whole thing at once. And that will help get rid of the layer lines a little bit quicker. So I was going to try that as well. But yeah, we're working. We're going to try and grow some talent. I don't know what talent, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try. Okay, so now looking, I've got a little bit of a gap. I can either put it in the back or in the front, or try and just guesstimate the gap between. Um, and what I mean is gap between the rail and the printed part. Oh, I guess it helps if I do like this. So I've got a gap between the rail and the printed part, and I can either have it jammed all the way up, all the way back, or kind of split the difference. And I think I'm going to split the difference. One of these is apparently too tight. There we go. That's better. I think I'm going to attempt to just split the difference between them. Roughly speaking. We won't be able to do this one until we get the gantry parts print off. So we'll get to that on Saturday. And then what I'm going to need, these are MGN 9 rails on 2020. Oh, hallelujah. Lucky, lucky, lucky. I didn't think I had the spacers for that. Awesome. So we got spacer, so that's good. And just like everything else, we're going to start in the center and we're just going to lightly snug it. And we're going to work our way out. And once we get these all lightly snugged up and down, then we'll go back and we'll do our ugga-duggas. Looks like we just did another ad break. Okay, everybody should be back from the ad break. And yeah, Pete, that's probably one of the places I did see them doing that was the Galactic Armory. There was another lady that I watched that did it as well. There's a couple of different people that were showing that technique of using the resin, and that's why I went and grabbed some so I could give it a try. Like I said, I've got multiple helmets around here I need to work on finishing. And speaking of finishing, I think right now, as far as this stream goes, it's 9:30. I need to call it quits and go grab something to eat. I have locked down this left rail. I have not locked down the right rail yet. It's snug, but it's not ugga-dugga down. And the reason being is what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my X gantry laid on here, and then what I'll do is I'll use my X gantry to basically set the final location of this, of the right rail. So the left rail we've locked in. We'll mount the two XY joints. We'll mount the Y gantry, and then we'll take this and move it back and forth multiple times. We'll loosen these back up. We'll just move it back and forth multiple times, and then we'll start working our way from the center out, tightening everything up, making sure that we've got good smooth motion of the gantry the whole way. And that will put this one in parallel with this one by doing it that way. And it'll keep from racking the gantry of the whole 9 yards. So we'll get those started. I will go ahead and we'll set these the right way next stream, because I don't know if I'll have the new ones in from Chris in time. And I mean, these are fine. They'll work. But I'll get them set in the right direction, because one will get reversed and one will stay up. And then we'll be able to route our belts once we get our X gantry in place. And we'll have our top belts done. We'll work on the bed mount. The big thing though is I need the whatchamacallit. I need the magnet in the build plate in. And I'm waiting on Chris to actually send that order. And he may be waiting on actually cutting the other enclosure for me, just so he can ship everything in one shot. The other thing I'm looking at is, once again, at doing a bottom deck, which I should be able to do. What I need to do is just figure out what this cutout radius here is versus the one up here, and lay that out and print a sheet that I can do at the bottom. And that'll give me cover at the bottom so nothing falls on that power supply. But yeah, I think that's about it for tonight. Thank you all very much for coming out and hanging out with me. It's been great chatting with everybody and showing off stickers and talking about the different builds and stuff. I really do appreciate everybody coming out tonight. For the couple of people that subscribed and the couple of people that followed, thank you so much. That was so amazing. It's always nice to get new subscriptions and new follows. Helps grow our community here on Twitch. And I am so glad to see you on here again, Subsector. I've missed you so much, both as somebody just coming in and joining the stream and watching, as well as you streaming yourself. And I know it's going to take you a while to get set back up again, but I'm so looking forward to it. So looking forward to it. But thank you all. Let's see who is on. It's Thursday night. It's a little later. I think we've probably missed. No, Big Jano's still going on. I don't know if they're marble racing or if they're done. I don't think he's. Are they getting ready to marble race? Oh, I think yeah, let's get ready to jump over to Jano. I'm not sure if he's started marble racing or not. I know he's talking about it. So they're getting ready to. So come on with me. Let's roll over to Jano and do some marble racing. Go hang out with Jano. So I've got that started. Thank you everybody for being here. Next stream is Saturday. We'll continue to play around with the various builds that we've got going on just to finish some things up. And we'll talk to you guys then. Take it easy. Bye now.